Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Nortside Downs, event number 12 of the 2026 harness racing season. This afternoon, a 10-dash card of racing here live from North Sydney, Nova Scotia, with first race post time set for 1 o'clock. Currently in North Sydney, sunny skies, beautiful afternoon, 24 degrees, and a fast track to open up a great card of racing here live today from North Sydney, Nova Scotia. Track conditions are rated by members of the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission's officiating team. The senior judge this afternoon is Mr. Danny McKinnon. The associate judges are Mr. Craig Mills and Mr. Joe Garib. On the starting gate and patrol judge today is Mr. Sean Tobin. Here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. Reminder before we do the changes today, at 12:45 we're going to have a memorial walk and the Horseshoe Memorial Circle in the winner's circle in memory of the late Harold LeBlanc Sr. So no warm-ups, please, from about 12:40 till 12:50 today. We thank you for your cooperation. First race today is the Mickey McMullen Memorial. It goes as programmed. No changes in the afternoon's opener. Race 2 is the Joseph Jojo McLean Memorial to start the pick 5, and there's a large carryover of $580 and change into that second race pick 5 pool already today. The second race, it goes as programmed. First change is coming race number 3. Third race today is the Ray Bragg Memorial, the 3-entry Sky Low Low. Make the driver Adam Link. Adam Link drives 3 Sky Low Low in the third. And also in the third today, 5 Keeper of the Realm. Pencil in the driver Bobby Campbell. Bobby Campbell on 5 Keeper of the Realm. Fourth race is the John Willie Beaton Memorial. Starts the pick 4, also with a carryover from last week. 5 Red Dirt Love and Life, an equipment change. Adds a Burr line pole on the outside. Sixth race, Carol Alice Rankin Memorial. Equipment changes on 1 Cowboy Jill minus the brace bandages and add shin boot. 2-entry Fernhill Jubilee, taking off the closed and going to an open and hood with cups. And 3 Daddy's Eyes. The driver today will be Kevin Bailey. Kevin Bailey on 3 Daddy's Eyes. Sixth race, Joe Rankin Memorial Pace. 3 Play and Bad. Equipment change from closed to open. And 5 Wine and Cheddar removes the hood with cups and goes to a closed bridle. Afternoon 7th is the Callie Rankin Memorial with no program changes. Eighth race, the Doug Sonny Rankin Memorial, 3 Roll and Read. The driver will be Sean Link. Sean Link on 3 Roll and Read. 6 Big Boy Hill removes the Murphy blind this afternoon. Ninth race, winners over to start the late daily doubles. The Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial, the 2-entry Beers on Me, removes the mini bit. And the 6 ranked contender adds Rundown Boot. And today's 10th and final will be the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace for Bob Johnsky. The driver this afternoon is Jason McNeil. Scratch the 6 Shadow of a Doubt. Sick will not go. And 8 American Starlight, equipment change, taking off the closed bridle and going to an open and a hood with cup. That wraps up the afternoon's program and equipment changes at 12:37, 23 minutes away from the opener. First of 10 here on Saturday at the Downs. Kicks off the early daily double on the wagering menu, along with Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta, Win Play Show, and rolling pick 3 wagers throughout the afternoon. Entries will be on the track for post parade for the first in about 15 minutes. And a reminder, at 12:45, we have a memorial walk today in memory of the late Harold LeBlanc Sr.
What a night it's going to be for harness racing.
They're off and pacing.
They win the Gold Cup in Chaucer.
Great stretch drive here at the Downs. This afternoon, prior to our 10 card, having a memorial walk in memory of the late Harold LeBlanc Sr. Harold began his involvement in harness racing in the late 1950s with friend Russell McDonald from New Waterford. He first began training and driving in 1967 and began a more established racing stable with father-in-law and longtime partner Bob Jardine. In the 1970s, they continued to acquire better stock. This was highlighted by a 1976 yearling filly from New Jersey, purchased by Harold and his wife Joyce, Jersey Meadow. The mare was named 1979 Horse of the Year in Sydney and broke the all-age track record at Inverness in 1980. She was followed by a string of top-class horses in the LeBlanc stable. Addie Dorr, Trey Grand, and Phelan Bob won at the highest level in Sydney, covering the next 15 years. In the late 70s, Harold acquired property and constructed a top-quality barn and track just outside of Sydney with a lot of hard work and time from the family, moving the horses on site in 1980. A number of close friends and trainers have stabled there over the years, including Danny Morrison, Ronnie Seymour, Willie Seymour, Kevin Bailey, Jack Ellsworth, Ian McKinnon, and Charlie Burns, to name a few. Harold had great support from his family, sons Harold Jr. and Joel, grandson Brett, working with the horses, and the girls, Linda, Bobby, and Katie, cheering them on. Together they had great success with Southwind Ricardo, who won 3 Horse of the Year awards here at the Downs, 2 Governor's Cups, and retired as Nortside Downs' all-time winningest horse. Last October, the LeBlanc family was recognized during the Atlantic Breeders' Crown for a lifetime in harness racing. He recognized the importance of the Horse Owners Association and served a number of terms as president. Harold was also a founding member for Harness Racing Cape Breton, which brought racing back to Northside Downs. Harold trained or drove horses in 7 decades and was still active as an owner right up until his death last week, with Windermere Ryan winning his last 2 starts of his long life in the game he loved so much. A legacy of hard work, dedication, and love for the sport. Harold, you will be deeply missed and always remembered. And family and friends here at the Downs joining us this afternoon in the Horseshoe Circle in memory of the late Harold LeBlanc Sr. Will at this time please join us in a moment's silence in his memory. We thank you very much. And from up top here at the Downs, our condolences to Harold, Joel, and all his family, the Blanc family, of course, and his many friends in the harness racing community, both here at Northside and across the Maritimes and beyond. First race entries there on track for Post Parade. Naughty Beach, the one, is owned, trained, and driven by Arden Mofford. Two, Woodmere Bedard is owned by Terry Morrison, Irwin Cleaner, Paula Kennedy McDonald. Don Kennedy trains with Larry Snow. 3, Noon Love is owned, trained, and driven by Ken Pazzarini. 4, A Fighting Chance is owned by Sean Blanchard, trained by Robert Blanchard, and driven by Mark Pazzarello. 5, Sports Destiny for owner, trainer, driver Kevin Bailey. 6, Moonlight is owned and trained by Jace Mercer, the drive to Sean Link. 7, Fancy Meeting You Here rounds out the field. Owned and trained by Norm Finder. Keegan Madden catch drives this afternoon. Afternoon's first is the Mickey McMullen Memorial Pace with trackside cooler presentation on Memorial Day here 2026. The opener at the Downs kicks off the early daily double with Triactor Exactor Superfecta. Win, play, show, and rolling pick 3 wager. Just 3 minutes to first race post time. So it's a field of 7 to kick off a beautiful Saturday afternoon here live from North Sydney, Nova Scotia. Track announcer Shane Ryan up top at the Downs today. We open it up with non-winners of 1 and 2 for 4-year-olds and younger. And I went to the 4-entry A Fighting Chance as our top selection right now. Bet down to 1 to 9 here, taking a lot of late tote action. Mark Pazzarello back in the bike for Sean and Robert Blanchard. And you notice 2 starts back, Mark was in the bike and guided A Fighting Chance to a maiden score, and it was a sharp one, too. 2 minutes and 2/5. Of course, back on the 18th there, the last chart line, there was one race that was declared a no contest here at the Downs, and that was one A Fighting Chance was in. So we'll ignore that chart line, but coming in with Pazzarello in the bike again, and off of that maiden score in 2 minutes and change, we're going to jump back on board, as is the public right now, on for A Fighting Chance, our top selection here to open up Saturday afternoon at Northside. For second, I went to the outside post 6, the free-legged Moonlight. Makes his second start here at the Downs for owner-trainer Jace Mercer. Sean Link is back at the bike, another one involved in that no contest here. But prior to that, I'd been racing in Charlottetown. Hadn't hit the board in 7 starts, but is the veteran here of this group with 47 career starts. Does have 1 win and has hit the board 11 times, the Bet the Moon gelding. But charting in some sub-2-minute miles over there in PEI, should find this company a little bit easier to deal with here at the Cape Breton Oval, and right now is the third choice at 5 to 1. Playing the Triactor here in the first, I went to the 1 Naughty Beach for owner-trainer driver Arden Mofford. The filly qualified here on the 20th in 2:04 and 3. She did have a start in Truro where she made a break leaving, but did recover to finish 5th for Adam Murner and charted in 2-2 and 1 in her lone start. So she draws inside here, and she should be a contender in just her second start. The 2-year-old Somewhere Fancy filly, a homebred here for Arden, out of the mare Sal Bulbani. She's at 4 to 1. And for playing the Superfecta, I'll go to Kevin Bailey's 5-entry Sports Destiny. The 4-year-old Sports Writer Gelding made his first start and was also involved in that no contest here last week at the Downs. One-time winner last season, but did have 9 top 3 finishes, racing in this non-winners 1 and 2 class primarily, and could hit the ticket, we think, and right now is a long shot at 23-1. 4, 6, 1, 5 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here in the afternoon's opener at Nortside. First race of the afternoon in the hands of the starter. It's post time. First of 10 here on Saturday afternoon at the Downs. It's the Mickey McMullen Memorial Pace with trackside cooler presentation. Field of 7 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate with Naughty Beach and Arden Mofford. Woodmere Bedard, Larry Snow. Noon Love, Ken Pazzarini. A Fighting Chance, Mark Pazzarello. Sports Destiny, Kevin Bailey. Moonlight, Sean Link. Fancy meeting you here in the back tier for Keegan Madden. Field of 7, top of the stretch. The opener is on gate, and they're on stride. Post time at Northside, off and pacing. Oh, and on a run there, Woodmere Bedard putting in steps, leaving out into the turn. Snow's got to grab that one up as Naughty Beach leads the field into the opening 8th. Away second is Sports Destiny. Around the breaking horse there comes A Fighting Chance, who goes third. 3 wide there, 4th is Moonlight, now back pacing Woodmere Bedard. Then Moonlight on the outside, 5th, the early trailers. They are Noon Love, and at the back trailing, A Fancy Meeting You Here. The 2-year-old filly by somewhere, Fancy Naughty Beach, in line to the Big M. She leads it at the opening quarter in a snappy 29-2. Sports Destiny and Bailey, they're set up for a 2-hole ride. A Fighting Chance is going to keep them rolling here in the opener. Pazzarello found the right line. He'll come first up, 3rd. The free-legged Moonlight's got cover there, second over from 4th. 5th at the inside for a Woodmere Bedard. Then 6th moving up is A Fancy Meeting You Here. And the trailer back there in 7th is Noon Love. Opening half mile was stepped in 59 and 4. Naughty Beach and A Fighting Chance. They're locking horns here down at 5/8. Moonlight on the outside, 3rd. Then Sports Destiny at the inside, 4th as they go to 3/4. Naughty Beach back on at the inside against A Fighting Chance. 3rd on the outside comes a Moonlight, then 4th to Sports Destiny. Well back, 5th to Woodmere Bedard, followed up by Fancy Meeting You Here and Noon Love. 3/4 29-2. Big journey from Naughty Beach here in the opener. Trying to put away A Fighting Chance now. Moonlight continuing to advance on the outside there from 3rd, and then Sports Destiny into the stretch. It's Naughty Beach and Mofford, A Fighting Chance. Sports Destiny under wraps. Naughty Beach on the line, wins it by 4. A Fighting Chance second. Sports Destiny and then Moonlight to round out the top 4 in 1:59.3. Judges' inquiry here in the first. We'll look at the break at the start by 2, Woodmere Bedard. Please hold all tickets. Afternoon's first race here at Northside is the Mickey McMullen Memorial Pace. Mickey was a lifelong harness racing fan whose passion for this sport began in the 1950s. Mickey's love for racing took root at the Cape Breton Sports Centre first, then Tartan Downs in Sydney, and followed him to Northside Downs, where he was a familiar and cherished presence for decades. Mickey's presence, warm spirit, and deep love for harness racing are greatly missed, both at home and here at the grandstand. He is loved and remembered by his wife Sylvia, his children, and grandchildren. The afternoon's first race is the Mickey McMullen Memorial Pace. And heading back to the winner's circle here in the first will be the 1-entry Naughty Beach. Naughty Beach returning back to the first race winner's circle. The 2-year-old Bay Filly by Somewhere Fancy is out of the Shadow Play Dam, Solable Bonnie. Bred by Arden Mofford from Sydney, Arden owns, trains, and does the driving in the filly's second career start. She gets a maiden race win record in sub-2-minute speed as well here to open up Saturday afternoon at the Downs. Family and friends, they're joining Mr. Mofford in the winner's circle. The Mickey McMullen Memorial cooler presentation. Bob Bootler trackside with those cooler presentations throughout the day. A maiden sub-2-minute score for the Big M and Naughty Beach as a 2-year-old filly stops the clock in the opener in 1:59.3. Afternoon's first race is now official. Naughty Beach was the race winner. Woodmere Bedard finished 5th. Noon Love was 7th. Fighting Chance 2nd. Sports Destiny 3rd. Moonlight was 4th. Fancy meeting you here was 6. 29-2, 59-4, 129-2 in the mile, 159-3. A maiden mark for 1. Naughty Beach. From the top down, it's 1, 5, 7, 2, 3, 4, 6 on the bottom. Naughty Beach returned $5, $4.90 and $2.20. A Fighting Chance, $2.80 and $2.50. And Sports Destiny, $4.10 to show. 1-4 Exactor in the opener at $24.10. The 1-4-5 Try paid $48.30. And the $1 Superfecta 1-4-5-6 at $104.40. Afternoon second race comes up next to start the Pick 5 with that large carryover over $500 into that Pick 5 pool. So expecting a big Pick 5 pool this afternoon here at the Downs. It's the Joseph Jojo McLean Memorial. Field of 6, no program changes. And for the call of the afternoon second, we welcome back to the booth this afternoon Mr. Justin Turnbull.
The afternoon second race is the Joseph McLean Memorial Pace. The 1, Elm Grove Quigley, is owned by Paula Wilkie, trained and driven by Larry Snow. The 1, Elm Grove Quigley. 2, Windermere Ryan for Joel, Harold LeBlanc, and Brett LeBlanc. Joel does the training. Harold LeBlanc Jr. drives the 2, Windermere Ryan. 3, Country Diamond for Leonard and Francis Romard. Leonard McClellan does the training. Mark Pezzarello drives the 3, Country Diamond. 4, Thunder Alley for Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McCrae, and Angus McCachran. Heather Hawkins trains. Kevin Bailey drives the 4, Thunder Alley. 5, Candy Cameron for Colin and Carol Rankin. Colin does the training. Sean Link aboard the 5, Candid Cameron. And the 6, Coal Creek Guerrero, will be delayed on post parade. Down to 5 minutes to post time here in the afternoon second race. Starts the Pick 5, rolling Pick 3, Triactor Exactor Superfecta, Win Place Show Wagering. Down to 5 minutes till second race post time. We're down to 5 minutes to post time here on the afternoon's second race. For my first pick, I'll go to the 4 entry, Thunder Alley. The 10-year-old gelding by Mystery Chase comes in off a 5th place finish last week in the winners over to All Right, who we will see later on in the afternoon's 9th race. 2 starts down was a 4th place finisher to ranked contender in the winners over in 2:03. Closed out in 30 flat. He does drop out of the winners over this week. The 10-year-old has 2 wins this season from 11 starts. So for first, I'll go to the 4, Thunder Alley, as he is currently 3-1. Now on track post parade is the 6th, Coal Creek Guerrero, is owned by Roy Dixon and Logan Woodall, trained by Warren McKinnon. Arden Mofford drives the 6th, Coal Creek Guerrero. For second, I'll go to the 1 entry, Elm Grove Quigley. Comes in off a third place finish to Coal Creek Guerrero in 158-1, closed out in 30-3. 2 starts down, was a second place finisher to ranked contender up in the winners over, where he charted his own mile in 58-4, closed out in 29-2. Got 1 win from just 9 starts this season, so for second, I'll go the rail, Elm Grove Quigley and Larry Snow. For third, I'll go to the 2 entry, Windermere Ryan. Comes in off a second place finish to Coal Creek Guerrero last week in the optional 9 claimer, charting his own mile in 157-3, closed out in 29-4. 2 starts down, he was a winner up in Inverness Raceway for driver Harold LeBlanc Jr. in 59-4, and the non-winners of 1001. Got 3 wins from 12 starts, so for third, I'll go to the 2, Windermere Ryan, as he is currently 5-2. For superfecta players, I'm going to go to the grandstand side post 6 with Coal Creek Guerrero. He does come in off an impressive win last week in the optional 9 claimer with a wire-to-wire score for driver Mark Pazzarello in charting his own mile in 157-2. Closed it out 30-1. 2 starts down, was a 4th place finisher to Kiss Me I'm Irish in the optional 9 claimer. The 6-year-old gelding by Dadley's got 3 wins from 9 starts. So for fourth, I'll go to the 6th, and Coal Creek Guerrero and Arden Mofford. Four, 1, 2, 6 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's second race. Starter calls the horses. It's post time. Second race comes behind the McRae Home Hardware. It's starting gate with a field of 6. Elm Grove, Quigley, Larry Snow, Windermere, Ryan, Harold LeBlanc Jr., Country, Diamond, Mark Pazzarello, Thunder Alley, Kevin Bailey, Candid, Cameron, Sean Link, Cole Creek, Guerrero on the grandstand side, Arden Mofford. Second race through the stretch. Post time. They're off and pacing. Elm Grove, Quigley along the rail, Windermere, Ryan, and Country Diamond. Those three fire out of there into the turn. From the grandstand side, Cole Creek Guerrero driving on 4th. Thunder Alley 5th. In the early trailer back there in 6th. That is Candid Cameron. Up the backside for the first time. Mark Pazzarello's up front with Country Diamond. First up second, there's Cole Creek Guerrero. Elm Grove Quigley in their third. Fourth is Windermere Ryan, Candid Cameron, and Thunder Alley. The opening quarter, there's a boom, just like that. 27-4. They fired up. Country Diamond and Mark Pazzarello. Parked on the outside second is Cole Creek Guerrero. Elm Grove Quigley from the rail third. Second over fourth, that's Thunder Alley. Windermere Ryan fifth. Candid Cameron underway sixth. As they're paired up 3 in and 3 out as they're halfway home in 57-1. Up front, that is Country Diamond. He's putting up the big numbers going to 3/4. Second, that is Elm Grove Quigley. Cole Creek Guerrero third. Windermere Ryan fourth. 3 high from fifth. There goes Thunder Alley. Candid Cameron the trailer back there in sixth. As their backstretch bound to 3/4. They are 3 wide, arriving at 3/4. Elm Grove Quigley on the far outside is Thunder Alley. 3/4 was stepped in 127-1. Elm Grove Quigley and Thunder Alley, they are stride for stride, toe to toe, bridle to bridle. 1/8 of a mile to go. Thunder Alley on the outside. Elm Grove Quigley along the rail as they're at the top of the stretch in the Joseph McLean Memorial. Elm Grove Quigley. Thunder Alley gets up for Kevin Bailey. Elm Grove Quigley up for the deuce. There was 3 of them across the track for third. Thunder Alley and Kevin Bailey. Good trip. 1:56-3. This afternoon's second race was the Joseph JoJo McClellan Memorial. For many years, you could always find Joe on the edge of his seat cheering on the horses, whether it be at Tartan Downs, Inverness Raceway, or Nortside Downs. He would have his program rolled up in his hand and urging the winners over to the wire. Joe took his time each week studying the program, but like all fans, was always excited when he got a hot tip. However, when he got to a hard pick, he would always stick with his old faithful trifecta 3-1-4. A huge fan of harness racing for many years, the family and friends of Joe would like to honor his at the races. This one is for you, Joe, every stride. The second race was in loving memory of Joseph JoJo McLean. And now parading back into the second race winner's circle is the 4 entry Thunder Alley, the 10-year-old bay gelding by Mystery Chase from the Mach 3 Dam, the 3 of Us. is owned by Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McCrae, and Angus McCachran. Heather Hawkins trains. Kevin Bailey's in the bike for the win. Third on the season for Thunder Alley. That'll be his 43rd lifetime. Time for the mile today was a good 1:56 and 3. Second race is now official. Elm Grove Quigley was second. Windermere Ryan third. Country Diamond fifth. Thunder Alley the race winner. Candide Cameron fourth. Coal Creek Guerrero was sixth. Fractions were 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 127 and 1, and the mile 1:56 and 3 for 4. Thunder Alley. Top down your program should read 235 14. 6 on the bottom. Thunder Alley paid $13.20, $2.30 and $2.10. The 1 Elm Grove Quigley $2.20 and $2.10. And the 2 Windermere Ryan $3.30 to show. The $2 exactor for 4-1 paid $24.70. The $2 triactor for 4-1-2, it came in at $47.30. The $2 daily double for 1-4 was $26.10. And the $1 superfecta for 4-1-2-5, it paid $409.70. Third race is up next. It's the Ray Bragg Memorial. Entries will be on track in 11 minutes.
If someone here at Nortside today found a pair of prescription glasses, could they please bring them to the Paramutual? They are gray, frameless glasses with gray arms. So if you found a prescription glasses here, gray ones at the Downs this afternoon, please bring them to the Paramutual. We appreciate it. Thank you. fourth place photo. Compliments of Doreen and the MPHRC here on Saturday afternoon at the Downs. Candid Cameron at the inside over Country Diamond. Entries for the afternoon's third race. They're on track for post parade. Top of the bar, Matt Maggs, the one, is owned, trained, and driven by Kenny Pazzarini. 2 Elm Grove Quinn, Keegan Madden drives for trainer Doug McDonald, who co-owns with Russell McDonald. Three Sky Low Low for Jack and Riley Ellsworth. Jack Ellsworth trains. Adam Link will do the driving. 4 Bank of Dad is owned, trained, and driven by Tim Gillis. Five Keeper of the Realm is owned by Gussie Burns, trained and driven by Bobby Campbell. 6 Brienne the Beauty, leased to Jane McKinnon from New Waterford. Warren McKinnon training and driving. 7 Don't Tell Kim, Wanda Michelitis owns. Jake Jacobs trains. Kerry Romeo will steer. 8 10 Mile Beach rounds out the field. Owned and trained by Willie Seymour. The drive this afternoon to Sean Link. Afternoon's third race is the Ray Bragg Memorial with trackside cooler presentation field of 8. Triactor Exactor Superfecta. Win, play, show, and rolling. Pick 3 wager. 5 minutes to third race post time. So full field of 8 this afternoon for today's third race. It's the Ray Bragg Memorial Pace. And 5-2 on the morning line. The current co-favorite here at 3-2 is the 5 Keeper of the Realm by Top Selection trainer driver Bobby Campbell. They're teaming up with owner Gussie Burns. Keeper of the Realm comes in off a second place finish in the non-winners of 201 here on the 20th. Bobby was in the bike that day, finished second to Last Chance, who we'll see later on the program. 9-year-old sports writer Gelding looking for his first win on the season, had 3 last year and 17 lifetime victories. We think he's got a good shot in here today in a pretty wide open Ray Bragg Memorial. Right now the co-favorite at 3-2, 5 Keeper of the Realm. Yeah. For second, I went to the 8 entry, 10 Mile Beach. For second, I went to the 8 10 Mile Beach. Willie Seymour's 11-year-old Chestnut Gelding and driver Sean Link. They're teaming up. Sean was in the bike in the non-winners of 201, finished 5th. Charted in 2-2-4. That was his fastest mile of the season. The 11-year-old Gelding looking for his 20th lifetime win. He had 1 year last year at the Downs from just 12 starts and should get away well from the back tier in here. Not a lot of early speed, I don't think, in this one. So if 10 Mile Beach can be a bit closer this week, he did drop almost 2 full seconds from his July 11th start to the 20th. I think he can hit the ticket. And right now, you're getting 8-1 on 8 10 Mile Beach. You're playing the Triactor. I'm on the 2 Elm Grove Quinn for Russell and Doug McDonald. Not a great start for the 7-year-old mare in her last one. She showed an interference break and was parked there the whole mile. So with that interference at the start, we'll have to kind of throw that one out. She did finish 6th, placed 5th 2 starts back, Zach Mullins drove, and now runners a 3:51. She finished 5th, but did pace her mile in 2:02 and 4. Just her 4th start of the season, so she draws inside and picks up Keegan Madden this afternoon. And right now, she has emerged as a slight favorite here. The 2 Elm Grove Quinn at 6-5 with just a minute to post. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I went to the back tier 7. Don't Tell Kim was second. Last week here, Jake Jacobs drove for owner Wanda Michelitis. Now back to Carrie Romeo today. The 8-year-old Source of Pride mare. She's hit the board in 3 of 5 to start the season. And looking for her first win. Just 1 for 18 in the win column last year, so a bit camera shy. But has had 3 top 3 finishes this season. Right now, she is at 6-1. 5827 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call at the windows here for the afternoon's third at Nortside. Third race of the afternoon is the Ray Bragg Memorial Pace. Field of 8 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate. It's post time. At the top of the bar, Matt Maggs, Ken Pazzarini, Elm Grove Quinn, and Keegan Madden. Sky Low Low, Adam Link. Bank of Dad, Tim Gillis. Keeper of the Realm, Bobby Campbell. Brienne the Beauty, Warren McKinnon. Don't Tell Kim, Carrie Romeo. 10 Mile Beach, Sean Link. Afternoon's third, Ray Bragg Memorial through the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing. Elm Grove Quinn. Bank of Dad showing some good early speed there, leaving out into the turn. Elm Grove Quinn away second, third, and the inside. Don't Tell Kim. Driving up fourth now comes Keeper of the Realm. Then fifth down the backstretch for time 1. We find a Sky Low Low away sixth at the inside. Top of the bar, Matt Maggs. The early trailers, they are 10 Mile Beach. And at the back, trailing Brienne the Beauty. Bank of Dad fired from post 4 here for Timmy Gillis, and he's clear by 3 at the opening quarter. Pitter patter. Bank of Dad got at her. 29-1 opened it up. Keeper of the Realm now tucked away second. Elm Grove Quinn considering an outside move here, coming first up third for Keegan Madden. Away fourth at the inside is a Don't Tell Kim. The backfield starts to roll now. Sky Low Low is underway there from fifth. Then sixth and moving out goes 10 Mile Beach. Seventh at the inside, top of the bar, Matt Maggs. The trailer is Brienne the Beauty. Bank of Dad took them past the half mile in the third in a minute and 1/5 and leads Elm Grove Quinn down at 5/8. Third at the inside, Keeper of the Realm, well covered up. Fourth is Sky Low Low. Fifth, with nowhere to go at this point, is Don't Tell Kim. Then sixth wide for 10 Mile Beach. Then top of the bar, Matt Maggs, and the trailer, Brienne the Beauty. Bank of Dad's put up all the numbers here and still leads it down at 3/4. Keeper of the Realm back on second in 1:30-3. Elm Grove Quinn still there third. It would come first up. And then fourth at the inside, Don't Tell Kim. Eighth of a mile left to go in the Ray Bragg Memorial. Keeper of the Realm out of the pocket now. And taking over for Bobby Campbell in the stretch. At the inside, second, Bank of Dad. then Elm Grove Quinn. It's Keeper of the Realm to win it. Don't Tell Kim looks to get second. Third will be either Bank of Dad or Elm Grove Quinn in 2:01 and 3. Third race this afternoon is the Ray Bragg Memorial. In March of 2007, the Cape Breton Horsemen met with Ray as the manager of the exhibition and members of the Federation of Agriculture to discuss the possibility of returning harness racing back to Northside Downs. Ray was supportive of the idea from day one, even though he had zero knowledge of what was involved in running a racetrack. I can tell you the learning curve was steep, to say the least. Ray relied on his past experience and that volunteers are a must to make this proposal work. Family and friends rallied to work the canteen, modify his own truck for a starting gate, and gather staff to make this work. Ray planned several work parties, and volunteers from both groups showed up in huge numbers to help, even though all Ray had to offer in return for their help was a barbecued hot dog and a cold drink. Everyone was on board to help make the historical day happen, and on June 9th, 2007, harness racing was back at Northside Downs. Another of Ray's highlights in his first year of manager was the day I dropped by his office inquiring if Ray had penciled anyone in to call the races. Ray quickly asked me if I was interested, and I admitted I hadn't done it before but would like to give it a shot. And that is how the Regent Street parking ticket got started. At the 2007 annual awards banquet, the year was capped off for Ray when he was selected for the President's Award from the then President Butch Hocko for the recognition of Ray's dedication and determination to make this adventure successful. So the Ray Bragg Memorial Pace, and where would we be without Ray Bragg? Imagine 20 years later here, and Northside Downs going strong. The Raymond Ray Bragg Memorial for 2026, the trackside cooler presentation. It will be going to the 5-entry Keeper of the Realm, the 9-year-old Bay Gelding by sports writer who's out of the intrepid Sealsterdam. Keeper's Destiny. Owned by Gussie Burns from New Waterford, trained and driven to victory by Bobby Campbell, Keeper of the Realm. He got a perfect pocket ride at Northside today here for Bobby. Got his first win in 2026. The veteran pacer gets his 18th lifetime victory this afternoon. Family and friends of the late Ray Bragg, their trackside with that cooler presentation. As Burns and Campbell team up with Keeper of the Realm in the afternoon's third, the Ray Bragg Memorial. They take it in 2:01 and 3. Afternoon's third race is now official. Top of the Mat Mags was fifth. Elm Grove Quinn third. Sky Low Low was sixth. Bank of Dad fourth. Keeper of the Realm, the race winner. Brienne the Beauty was eighth. Don't Tell Kim second. 10 Mile Beach finished seventh. 29-1, a minute and 1. 1:30-1, and the mile 2:01-3 for 5, Keeper of the Realm. Top down, it's 5:36, 4:18, 2, then 7 on the bottom. Keeper of the Realm, 6:80, 3:10, and 2:10. Don't Tell Kim, 4:20 and 3:10. Elm Grove Quinn, $2.10 to show. 5-7 exactor in today's third at $100.70. The 5-7-2 try paid $45.60. $1 superfecta 5-7-2-4 at $123.55. And the pick three, a rolling pick three, the first of the day, a $1 ticket at $118.10. Afternoon's fourth comes up next. It's the John Willie Beaton Memorial to start the pick four, with a 20-cent minimum wager and a carryover from last week's card as well into this week's pool. Field of 7 to contest the fourth, the John Willie Beaton Memorial, post time in 10 minutes. Show photo from the afternoon's third, now available on the monitors and online this afternoon. Compliments of Doreen and MP HRC. Fourth race entries there on track for Post Parade. Shadow Cross Hooper, the one for Richie and Sandra O'Donnell and Gage O'Connor. Richie O'Donnell trains with Mark Pezzarello. Two-Tone Terror is owned by Josh and Jeffrey Lynch. Joe Poirier trains with Adam Link. 3, Don't Ask Logan for Wanda Michelitis, Mason and Lucas Piercy. Jake Jacobs trains with Kerry Romeo. 4, Savoie de Hara is owned by Harold LeBlanc Jr. and Joe LeBlanc. Harold LeBlanc Jr. training and driving. 5, Red Dirt Love and Life is owned by Sarah Duggan, trained by John Hocko and driven by Sean Link. 6, Red Rum She Wrote for owner, trainer, driver Martin Bates. 7, Sidekick rounds out the field. Wanda Michelitis, Scary Morrison are the owners. Jake Jacobs trains. Larry Snow is in the bike. Field of 7 to contest the afternoon's fourth. It's the J.W. Beaton Memorial starting the pick 4 with a carryover of almost $280 into the pool from last week, along with Triactor Exactor Superfecta. Rolling pick 3 win place show wagering. 5 minutes to fourth race post time. So it's a field of 7 to contest the afternoon's fourth race. The John Willie Beaton Memorial with trackside cooler presentation. I went to the 6th entry, Red Rum She Wrote. She's handicapped with that outside post here at the Downs today, but she raced really well here on the 20th. Parked basically the whole mile, finished second by a head, paced her mile in 59 and 2. 1 for 10 in the win column to start the season, but if you look on the program, she's hit the board in 3 of her last 4, and she's had a rally from off the pace in all of them. So despite being saddled with that outside post today, I think she can do it again this week, looking for her 41st lifetime win. Right now, she is at even money, the current favorite. 6, Red Rum She Wrote, our top selection to start the pick 4. For second, I went to the 3 entry Don't Ask Logan for Wanda Michelitis, Mason, and Lucas Piercy. Kerry Romeo in the bike. Hasn't hit the board in his last 3, but was up as high as the nominators of 8:15 after a couple of victories in late June. Despite finishing out of the top 3, has paced some really good miles, 2 minutes and a fifth on July 4th and 2-1 and change in both his 11th and 20th starts. Has a good post to work with here today, and I think he's a major contender. Don't Ask Logan currently at 7-2. If you're playing the Triactor, I went to the 4 entry Savoie de Hara for Harold LeBlanc Jr. and Joe LeBlanc. Fifth in his last two starts here at the Downs. So prior to that, a good second with Brett LeBlanc in the bike in 2:01 and 3. He's hit the board in 4 of 12 starts this season and has a good post to work with here today. Should Harold try to be aggressive off the gate with the 8-year-old Sunshine Beach Gelding, who's gunning for his 19th career victory today. Right now, kind of a mid-pack price here, a very even betting board here with a minute to post at 4-1. Savoie de Hara to round out the try. They're playing the Superfecta. I'm on the 5 Red Dirt 11 Life. Sean Link teaming up with trainer John Hocko and owner Sarah Duggan. This mare fifth off a try first up here last week, actually at Inverness on the 15th. But paced her mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. She's had some good closing quarters and 2 starts back here at the Downs. She got a pocket ride with John in the bike to Chocolate Swirl and finished second. Paced her mile in 59 and 4. Probably would have used her a little higher. My picks that she drawn inside, but it's got that outside post 5 here to deal with. And right now, another one in the mix at 4-1. This is the most even betting board of the day right now. The slight favorite, our top selection, is the 6 Red Rum She Wrote at 8-5. Don't Ask Logan at 5-2. I've got those two on top. 6, 3, 4, 5 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering. In the afternoon's 4th at Nortside. Fourth race of the afternoon, it's the JW John Willie Beaton Memorial Pace. And for many years, JW, a longtime driver here at the Downs, and of course in Inverness, and of course at Sydney, where he drove for many years as well, and all over the Maritimes. We'll have a family and friends trackside with the cooler presentation. The John Willie Beaton Memorial comes to the top of the stretch in the 4th to start the pick 4. Shadow Cross Hooper and Two-Tone Terror at the inside. Don't Ask Logan, Savoie de Hara down the center. Red Dirt, Love and Life, Red Rum She Wrote on the outside. Sidekicks the lone trailer. 4th race on gate, on stride. Post time at Northside, off and pacing. Don't Ask Logan, the first call into the turn, and quickly looks to cross over for Romeo to lead it. Away second is a Shadow Cross Hooper from the back tier. Sidekick goes third. 4th on the outside, parked and looking for a spot is Red Rum She Wrote. Savoie de Hara goes 5th. The early trailers are Red Dirt, Love and Life, and at the back trailing is Two-Tone Terror. Carey Romeo clear by 3. Aboard the veteran, Don't Ask Logan. Down at that opening quarter, it's up in 29 seconds flat, and here comes the stablemate Sidekick and Larry Snow. They're on the move early at a third, down at 3/8. Now in the pocket, third, Shadow Cross Hooper, Red Rum She Wrote. And Bates, they're looking to get motivated. They'll be second over 4th. 5th and moving out is Savoie de Hara. So shooting the gap 6th is a Red Dirt, Love and Life. Followed up by the trailer, Two-Tone Terror, the opening half mile to Don't Ask Logan and Romeo. They were there in 58 and 4, 29 and 4 in the second split. They lead Sidekick down at 5/8. Nowhere to go for Shadow Cross Hooper, locked in the box third. Red Rum She Wrote, got a helmet trying to get towed into it, and she's going to tip 3 wide right now from 4th for Bates. They go next to 3/4. Don't Ask Logan. Red Rum She Wrote now powering up here and looking to take that lead away. Shadow Cross Hooper there at the inside third is going to find a way out. Red Dirt, Love and Life needs room there for 3/4 and 1. 29 and 2. Red Rum She Wrote is taken over. Shadow Cross Hooper now the danger on the outside second. Don't Ask Logan down at the cones third. Red Dirt, Love and Life 4th in the stretch. Red Rum She Wrote. Shadow Cross Hooper, Red Dirt, Love and Life coming quickly. Red Rum She Wrote in the John Willie Beaton Memorial's going to hang on to win it over a hard charging Shadow Cross Hooper and Red Dirt, Love and Life in 2 minutes flat. Fourth race this afternoon is the John Willie Beaton Memorial. Born in 1956 in Niagara Falls and raised in Port Hood, John Willie was the oldest of 8 children of the late Donald and Mary Beaton. John Willie was well known throughout the island and touched a much wider circle throughout the horse community. JW's lifetime career was working in the construction industry as a masonry laborer and primarily worked for Brymac Masonry, but outside of work, his real passion that never waned was for harness racing. Since he was a youngster, JW started attending the races in Inverness with his father. He would then begin going to the racetrack in Port Hood, where he would help groom and jog horses and spend many of his summers at the Donmar Farms in Balls Creek under the guidance of Donald Rankin Sr. After graduating high school, JW traveled to Pompano Park in Florida to work with racehorses and would later receive his driver's license while working in St. John, New Brunswick. After working away for some time, JW returned home to Port Hood and started driving at Inverness. And since then, JW raced at racetracks all over the Maritimes, especially Tartan Downs, Nortside Downs, and Inverness, and has owned and trained standardbreds with his wife Kim for many years. He continued to catch drive for various other owners, totaled 993 lifetime wins until health issues began in the last few years. JW was inducted into the Cape Breton Horseman's Hall of Fame and has enjoyed his racing passion as it truly was a lifelong experience right up to his passing. JW will be remembered for his storytelling, humor, fullness of life, and love for the dance floor, and is immensely missed by all his family and friends. And the JW John Willie Beaton Memorial presentation here in the afternoon's fourth goes to the 6th entry Red Rum She Wrote, 9-year-old bay mare by Vintage Master. Out of the Dragon Again Damn So Cute Hanover for owner, trainer, driver Martin Bates. Second win for the mare in her season. She gets her 41st lifetime victory, family and friends trackside with the cooler presentation as Martin Bates and Red Rum She Wrote prevailed in the John Willie Beaton Memorial here this afternoon at the Downs in the afternoon's fourth in 2 minutes flat. Afternoon's fourth race now. Official Shadow Cross Hooper was second. Two-Tone Terror fifth. Don't Ask Logan fourth. Savoie Duhara seventh. Red Dirt Love and Life was third. Red Rum She Wrote the race winner. Sidekick finished sixth. 29, 58, and 4. 129 and 2. And the mile 2 minutes flat. 4-6 Red Rum She Wrote. Top down it's 254. 731. 6 on the bottom. Red Rum She Wrote 440, 220 and 210. Shadow Cross Hooper 260 and 240. And Red Dirt Love and Life $3.70 to show. 6-1 Exactor in the fourth today at $14.50. 615 Try 67.70. $1 Superfecta 6153 114.55. And the Rolling Pick 3, a $1 ticket. After the fourth today, it paid $103.35. Fifth race comes up next. It's the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial Pace. It'll be a field of 8. 3 Daddy's Eyes. Driver this afternoon is Kevin Bailey. Post time for the afternoon's fifth in 11 minutes. Fifth race entries, they're on track for post parade. It's the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial Pace. Cowboy Gilles, the one, is owned by Jeff Lynch, trained by Joe Poirier, and driven by Adam Link. Two, Fernhill Jubilee. Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, Jane McKinnon are the owners. Warren McKinnon trains with Larry Snow. 3, Daddy's Eyes for owner-trainer Shan Cox. Driver this afternoon is Kevin Bailey. 4, Windermere Fluster, owned and trained by Norm Finder and driven by Sean Link. 5, Finer Things. Jane McKinnon, Jimmy Lewis, Spanzy McVicker share the ownership. Peter McKinnon trains with Arden Mofford. 6, Blondie's Boy for Richie and Sandra O'Donnell. Richie O'Donnell trains. Kerry Romeo catch drives this afternoon. 7, Elm Grove Support, done for the day. Stable in Waterford are the owners. Angus Gillis trains with Keegan Madden. 8, Red Dirt Legacy rounds out the field. Mark Pazzarello drives for trainer Richie O'Donnell, who co-owns with Sandra O'Donnell. The field of 8 to contest the afternoon's 5th here at Northside is the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial. Reactor Exactor Superfecta rolling pick 3 and win place show wagering 5 minutes to 5th race post time. So a field of 8 for the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial. The heaviest of favorites right now, 1-5, is the 3, Daddy's Eyes, who we're going to use as our top selection. Did not expect him to be bet down this much, though. The 11-year-old stallion by Mr. Brightside. Still looking for his first win on the season. He has hit the board in 3 of his last 4 starts. Today picks up Kevin Bailey for owner-trainer Shan Cox. Was a 4-time winner last season here at the Downs. Hasn't had the best of starts lately. Not a lot of luck in the post position draw, so that's an improvement today. So with an improved post and a class here that Daddy's Eyes seems to fit in well with, still looking for that first win, but the public thinks he's going to get it today. Again, 1-5 right now on 3, Daddy's Eyes, the heavy favorite here in the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial. For second, I went to the 1-entry Cowboy Gilles, the 13-year-old gelding by Brandon's Cowboy. Just 1 for 11 in the top 3 today. Thought we might get a bit of a long shot. Price was 4-1 on the morning line. Adam Link had a couple of big wins here last week at the Downs in upset fashion, and I think Cowboy Gilles has a shot to hit the ticket here. Was on the move last week in the non-winners of 201, 4th on the outside early. Lived on, had to settle for 4th, but did chart in 2-2 flat, and I think that's a comparable time in here. Not the strongest of levers off the gate, so I think the rail helps out Cowboy Gilles substantially here. Might get away 2nd or 3rd today, and we'll see if he can hang on and round out the exactor. No win tickets sold right now on 1, Cowboy Gilles. You're playing the triactor. I'm going to the back here. Another one in need of a top 3 finish is the 7, Elm Grove Support, who's been 4th in her last 3 starts. including a couple of trips here. You go back 4 starts and 2-1 and change. Keegan Madden's been in the bike for those last 3 races, all 4th place finishes. Last season, the mare hit the board 15 times from just 26 starts, so she's usually in the top 3. Hasn't had the start to the season she would have wanted, but draws the back tier here today. She had been up as high as the non-winners of 6:01 back in mid-June, so she's getting some class relief here. Only beaten 2.5 lengths to Two-Tone Terror last week off a ground-saving trip. We'll see if Elm Grove Support can hit the ticket today. Currently another one with no win tickets sold here with just 2 minutes to post. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I went to the back tier again. 8 Red Dirt Legacy was 9-2 on the morning line. Mark Pazzarello teaming up with the O'Donnells here. One-time winner from 11 starts this season, but it was just 3 starts back, and it was a life's best 2:02 and 1 trip. Finished 5th in her latest with Mark driving, but did chart in 2:01 and 4, so she's consistently pacing her miles in 2:2. And that should fit well with this class here today, despite the back tier. And a nice long shot price here right now. Again, all the money on Daddy's Eyes, 18-1 on the 8 Red Dirt Legacy. 3-1-7-8 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here in the afternoon's 5th. It's the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial Pace. Fifth race of the afternoon in the hands of the starter. It's post time. Fifth race is the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial with trackside cooler presentation. It's a field of 8 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate with Cowboy Jill and Adam Link, Fernhill Jubilee, Larry Snow, Daddy's Eyes, Kevin Bailey, Windermere Fluster, Sean Link, Finer Things, Arden Mofford, Blondie's Boy, Kerry Romeo, Elm Grove Support, Keegan Madden, Red Dirt Legacy, Mark Pazzarello, afternoon's 5th. Top of the stretch. They're on gate. They're on stride. Post time at Northside, off and pacing, and Fernhill Jubilee firing out into the turn. Daddy's Eyes also leaving alertly there second. Down at the inside, Cowboy Jill goes third. Windermere Fluster's going to cross over fourth. Fifth and parked in the early going, drives up Finer Things, then 6 down the back stretch for time 1. We find Elm Grove Support, the early trailers. They are Red Dirt Legacy, and at the back trailing is Blondie's Boy. Daddy's Eyes and Kevin Bailey, they were parked to that opening quarter, but they've now cleared, and they were parked to an opening stanza 29 seconds flat by Fernhill Jubilee, now who sits second for Larry Snow. From the rail, the veteran Cowboy Gilles goes third. A Windermere Fluster looks at it fourth. Finer Things tried an early leaving mode. She's parked on the outside fifth. Inside sixth for Elm Grove Support. Then Red Dirt Legacy, and at the back, Blondie's Boy, as Daddy's Eyes is the midway point leader here, free-legged for Bailey, and rolled over the half in a snappy 58 and 4. It's a perfect pocket ride at Northside for Fernhill Jubilee. They're second. Cowboy Gilles is off the cones now and going to grind first up for Adam Link there from third. Fourth at the inside. Nowhere to go for Windermere Fluster. Wide fifth comes Elm Grove Support, and she's looking 3 high here. And then sixth, Red Dirt Legacy, followed up by Blondie's Boy. And the trailer is Finer Things at 3/4. Daddy's Eyes in 1. 29 and 4. Fernhill Jubilee a bit closer second. Windermere Fluster's had a ground-saving journey there and is third. Turning into the stretch, Daddy's Eyes. Fernhill Jubilee out of the pocket. Windermere Fluster wide for the drive. Daddy's Eyes at the inside. Fernhill Jubilee looking for an upset here for Snow. Daddy's Eyes. Fernhill Jubilee in the final strides. We're going to need a win photo in the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial. Daddy's Eyes and Fernhill Jubilee hit the line together in 2 minutes. 3/5. In the win photo, it is the 2 Fernhill Jubilee. Fifth race this afternoon at Northside is the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial Pace. Carol was raised on Lawrence Street beside Tartan Downs and spent her childhood listening to the races and watching the horses. Later, she worked at Tartan Downs as a bookkeeper where she met the love of her life, Sonny Rankin. They shared in the love of horses and harness racing. Carol was there every day to support Sonny and to watch some of her favorite horses like Pickled Pepper, Highway to Heaven, and her favorite, BJ Captain. Carol moved on from working at the track and went to work at McGilver Guest Home for many years. She was an active member in her local Christians Women's League and volunteered at many events and charities. Her memory lived on for many years, with Sonny having a stable, of course, with many horses named in her honor, including Carol Alice, Carr, I'm a Carol too, 3 Pink Bows, and Dawa's Boy. And back in the 5th race winner circle, Carol Alice Rankin Memorial is the 2-entry Fernhill Jubilee. 4-year-old bay mare by Bet the Moon from the Kamloops Dam Talbot Victoria for Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, and Jane McKinnon. Trained by Warren McKinnon and driven to victory by Larry Snow. Fernhill Jubilee's got her first win on the season and third lifetime today after letting Daddy's Eyes clear to the lead. Larry got a perfect pocket ride at Northside the rest of the way and upset the afternoon's 5th in the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial Pace. It's Snow and Fernhill Jubilee in 2 minutes, 3/5. Afternoon's fifth race is now official. Cowboy Gilles was seventh. Fernhill Jubilee, the race winner. Daddy's Eyes was second. Windermere Fluster fourth. Finer Things was eighth. Blondie's Boy fifth. Elm Grove Support sixth. Red Dirt Legacy finished third. 29, 58 and 4, 129 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes and 3/5. That is a new mark for 2 Fernhill Jubilee. Top down at 7-1-2, 4-8-5, 6-3 on the bottom. Fernhill Jubilee lit it up in the fifth in the Carol Alice Rankin Memorial. 33.50 on the nose, $5.80 and $4. Daddy's Eyes at $2.80 and $2.10. And Red Dirt Legacy, $2.70 to show. 2-3 Exactor at $46.50. The 2-3-8 Triactor, $498 even. Rolling Pick 3, a $1 ticket, 5-6 all at $2.95. And we have a Superfecta carryover of $136.20 to today's sixth race. It's the Joe Rankin Memorial Pace, field of 8. Set to go to post in 10 minutes. 6 race entries. They're on track for post parade. Chocolate Swirl, the one, is owned and trained by Heather Hawkins and driven by Mark Pazzarello. 2 Sunny Bow, Butch Hocko Sydney owns, John Hocko training and driving. 3 Play and Bad for Roy Dixon and Logan Woodall. Warren McKinnon trains. Sean Link catch drives. 4 Accelerator is owned by Sean Blanchard, trained by Robert Blanchard, and catch driven today by Kerry Romeo. 5 Wine and Cheddar, Arden Mofford owns. Warren McKinnon trains. Arden will do the driving. 6 Regally Magnified for Betty Lou O'Coin and Jamie Hogan. Jamie trains with Keegan Madden. 7 Boys Turn for Henry Paswata and Larry Snow. Larry training and driving. 8 Cross Cut rounds out the field. Caleb McNeil. Sydney owns. Joe Poirier training and driving. Afternoon 6 race. Joe Rankin Memorial Triactor Exactor Superfecta Rolling Pick 3 win place show wagering 4 minutes to 6th race post time. Couple of photos from the afternoon's 5th race. You're looking at the photo for 4th with Windermere Fluster and Sean Link getting up there to round out the Superfecta. In the 5th today, compliments of Doreen and MPHRC. And there's the win photo with Fernhill Jubilee and Larry Snow. Nipping Daddy's Eyes and Kevin Bailey for that upset win in today's 5th. So the Joe Rankin Memorial in the afternoon's 6th race. I went to the rail 5-2 on the morning line with Pazzarello and Hawkins teaming up here with Chocolate Swirl, who's gunning for his 2nd win on the season. 3rd in his latest try, non-winners of 8:01, and was on the outside for a fair bit of the mile. Paced in 2-2-1 with a good closing quarter, 29-1. Mark was in the bike 3 starts back when Chocolate Swirl in this class went right down the road for his lone win on the season in 1:59, closing quarter 29-1. So the veteran gelding by Mach 3, closing in on 100,000 in career earnings and has good gate speed. You can see on the program. I expect Mark to be the leader here into the first turn. We'll see if he can go right down the road for Chocolate Swirl's 2nd win on the season. Right now, 4-1 on the 1. Chocolate Swirl, our top selection in the 6th. Well, if there was a horse of the week in Cape Breton Award, it might go to this guy if he can pull off another one here today at the Downs. 8 Cross Cut, riding a 2-race win streak, and that includes a win here on Monday at Nortside for Joe Poirier in 59-3. Shipped up to Inverness and was a winner there in Gathering Week Wednesday evening in 2 minutes and 1/5. And now he's back at the Downs for his 3rd start in less than 7 days, but he's been hot. And right now you're getting 4-1 on Crosscut, who looks for his 3rd in a row and 36th lifetime victory with Caleb McNeil and Joe Poirier here in the 6th. Playing the Triactor here in the 6th today. I'm on the 3-entry Play and Bad, 9-2 on the morning line. Sean Link hops on board today for trainer Warren McKinnon and owners Roy Dixon and Logan Woodall. Looking for his first win, though, in a long time. 0 for 58 in the win column here in the last 2 seasons. But has a second and a third in his last 6 starts, and a good fourth here with Arden in the bike. Again, another one that was on the move early against Beers on Me last week here. And although he finished 4th, beaten 2 lengths, did pace his mile in 59 and 4. So the last 2 starts have been in the 2-minute range. Playing bad right now is at 4-1. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm on the 2. Current favorite right now, Sonny Bow. Slight favorite here at 3-2 for Team Hocko, Butch and John Hocko. Sonny Bow raced really well here on the 20th. Made the front early and just got nipped by a quarter of a length here to Beers on Me and Red Rum. She rode in 59 and 2 and has hit the board in 3 of his last 4 starts. Sonny Bow, the 10-year-old Sunshine Beach gelding, looking for his 5th win on the season. And right now he has emerged as the top favorite, top choice here at 4-5 as we get set to go to post. 1, 8, 3, 2 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon 6th. It's the Joe Rankin Memorial Pace. Sixth race of the afternoon, field of 8 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate. It's post time. Afternoon 6, the Joe Rankin Memorial, Chocolate Swirl and Mark Pazzarello, Sonny Bow, John Hocko, Play and Bad, Sean Link, Accelerator, Kerry Romeo, Wine and Cheddar, Arden Mofford, Regally Magnified, Keegan Madden, Trailers Are Boys Turn, Larry Snow, and Crosscut, Joe Poirier. Afternoon 6 comes to the top of the stretch. 6th race on gate and on stride. Post time at Nortside, off and pacing the inside 2, Chocolate Swirl and Sonny Bow are both leaving out there, trying to cross over. 3rd comes the veteran Accelerator. Down at the inside 4th is A Boy's Turn. Away 5th is Play and Bad. 6th in the early going, we find a Crosscut, followed up by the early Trailers. They are Wine and Cheddar, and at the back, the veteran Regally Magnified. Up front, Pazzarello guarded the pylons. Chocolate Swirl leads it at the quarter. Sonny Bow left hard and got rewarded with a 2-hole ride. Pitter patter. Chocolate Swirl likes the engine and got at her. 28 and 2 opened it up. Sonny Bow is going to get a good trip inside 2nd. Boys Turn with the front trio there from 3rd. Accelerator 2 more lengths back 4th from the backfield. Trying to get on the Accelerator is Crosscut, who's underway for Poirier 5th. 6th at the inside to Play and Bad. Follow it up 7th underway now. There goes Wine and Cheddar. And the trailer back there in 8th is Regally Magnified. They head to the 5/8 off a half mile of 57 and 2. Chocolate Swirl takes them next to 3/4. Sonny Bow right there, 2nd in the pocket. Boys Turn looking to angle out there from 3rd. Accelerator shoots the gap 4th for Romeo now. 5th and looking 3 high is Crosscut. 6th at the inside, Playing Bad. Then the Trailers are Wine and Cheddar, and at the back, Regally Magnified. 3/4 to Chocolate Swirl in 1:27 and 1, and leads by a length with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Sonny Bow, a perfect pocket ride at Northside now for Hocko 2nd. Chocolate Swirl, Sonny Bow trying to cut into that lead. Accelerator to the inside, deep in the stretch. Chocolate Swirl, Sonny Bow. Chocolate Swirl looks to go all the way for Pazzarello over Sonny Bow. And then maybe Accelerator, there was closing late on the outside in 1:57 and 3. Afternoon 6 races, the Joe Rankin Memorial Pace. Have you heard the story about Joe Rankin's horse Dick's Dragon? If you've not, you need to ask someone that knew him, because it is a classic. Joe started his career in Sydney at the Cape Breton Sports Center, working with his father and brother from a young age. Racing horses was in his blood. One of his first drives was with Polaire Doan Boy, who was one of the first drives for his brothers too, both Callie and Donnie. He started in the family stable, but then branched out on his own in the 1960s. Some of his favorite horses were Sandy Glenn, George Gold, and Canuck Gale. Joe moved to Ontario in the mid-70s to establish his name on the national circuit, then moved on to British Columbia and raced out of Fraser Downs and many other tracks, of course, across North America. He finished his career managing the Eye of the Tiger Farm in Reading, Pennsylvania. A legend, a mentor, and a true horseman, the Joe Rankin Memorial Pace Cooler presentation to the one-entry Chocolate Swirl, 11-year-old Big Gelding by Mach 3 out of the Western Hanover Dam, Chocolate Truffle. Owned and trained by Heather Hawkins, Sydney. Mark Pazzarello guided Chocolate Swirl to his second win on the season, the Pacer's 18th lifetime. He's going to surpass $100,000 in career earnings with the win today. Family and friends of the Lake Joe Rankin, their trackside with the cooler presentation as Pazzarello and Chocolate Swirl go right down the road in the Joe Rankin Memorial. Good Trip 1, 57-3. Afternoon 6 races now. Official Chocolate Swirl, the race winner. Sunny Bow was second. Play and Bad fourth. Accelerator was third. Wine and Cheddar seventh. Really Magnified eighth. Boys Turn sixth. Cross Cut finished fifth. 28-2, 57-2, 127-1, 157-3 for one Chocolate Swirl. Top down, it's 1-2-4, 3-7-8, 6 then 5 on the bottom. Chocolate Swirl paid $460, $260, and $230. Sunny Bow $370 and $340, and Accelerator $4.70 to show. 1-2 Exactor in the sixth, $11.30. 1-2-4 Try, $113.20. $1 Superfecta, 1-2-4-3 at $1,580.90. The rolling pick 3 returned $2.35, and the pick 5 today, 5 of 5 on a 20-cent ticket at $1,438.06. Afternoon's 7th comes up next. 7th today is the Callie Rankin Memorial Pace. It's a field of 8 with no program changes and post time in 10 minutes. Show photo from today's sixth race, Accelerator over Play and Bad. Compliments of Doreen and the MPHRC here on Saturday afternoon. Seventh race entries there on track for post parade as the Cali Rankin Memorial Pace. Salzburg Honey, the one. Here for a Good Time Stable, Sydney are the owners. John Hocko trains. Sean Link will do the driving. 2 Spicy Son of a Beach is owned and trained by Heather Hawkins with Mark Pazzarello. 3 Tobin's Party for Kenzie McDonald and Adam Link. Adam training and driving. Sunny Jacks, the 4, is owned by Deborah Rankin, trained by Colin Rankin with Larry Snow. 5 Zayden's Luck is owned by Patricia Smith, trained by Jake Jacobs, driven by Kerry Romeo. 6 Last Chance, Richie Barlock owns and trains. Keegan Madden is in the bike. 7 Sunshine Lucas is owned, trained, and driven by Kevin Bailey. 8 The Iron Man rounds out the field. Joe Nearing, Howie Center owns and trains the drive to Joe Poirier. Afternoon 7th, the Cali Rankin Memorial Pace, Triactor Exactor Superfecta, rolling pick 3 and win place show wagering 5 minutes to 7th race post time. So it's a field of 8 to contest the afternoon 7th race, and the team of Heather Hawkins and Mark Pazzarello, they'll look to go back-to-back here at the Downs and the Cali Rankin Memorial. They've got the 2 Spicy Son of a Beach currently at 6-5. The Peng Shui gelding off a third-place finish, parked pretty much the entire mile. Mark was in the bike, non-winners of 4:51 class. Had to settle for third, but was charted in 2:01 and 3. And 3 starts back here, went right down the road, and we could see a similar journey here today. Kevin Bailey drove that day for Heather Hawkins, a win by 3 in 2 minutes flat. So 1 for 10 in the win column, but 5 top 3 finishes on the season. Spicy Son of a Beach, the free-legged son of Peng Shui. Again, the slight favorite here at 6-5, our top choice with 4 minutes to post. For second, I went to the back tier 7. Sunshine Lucas has had a nice start to the 3-year-old season for owner, trainer, driver Kevin Bailey. Second to Sidekick was on the lead the whole way. last start here on the 20th. Just got nipped by Sidekick by a half a length. 2 wins from this on 11 starts on the season, including a life's best 2, 2, and 3. We'll see what Kevin's strategy is here. Can leave behind the 1 or the 2, but could get well situated from the back here. Sunshine Beach has raced well pretty much at every start. An uncharacteristic break there, 2 starts back, finishing up the track. But again, on the board in 9 of 11. I think you got to use them in the exactors and tries for sure. 5-1 right now on 7 Sunshine Lucas. Playing the triactor here. I went to the rail. 1 Salzbrook Honey taking quite a bit of support here at 9-5, the current second choice, as Sean Link teams up with trainer John Hocko in here for a good time stable. Salzbrook Honey 4th in her latest try, but rallied from 7th at the 3/4. She usually closes well from off the pace, but now she's got the rail. And Sean did win when he was able to get her to the lead back on June 20th. A 3 3/4 length victory in this non-winners of 4:51, and that was in 2:01 and 2. For her lone victory from 10 tries here in 2026. So I think she's dangerous when she's up close early, and she's got the rail today here. We'll see how close to the lead Sean can get her. But Salzbrook Honey, the public backing her here with 2 minutes to post at 2-1. If you're playing the Superfecta, I went to the 3 Tobin's Party for Kenzie McDowell and Adam Link. Raced really well here at the Downs on Monday evening. Came first up against David Lloyd George. Had to settle for third, but charted 2:01 and 3, and has been on the board in 3 of his last 6 starts. 3 second-place finishes on the season from just 7 tries for the 6-year-old malicious gelding Tobin's Party, who is at 9-1 currently. 2, 7, 1, 3 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. The final call at the window is here for the afternoon 7th. It's the Callie Rankin Memorial Pace. Seventh race of the afternoon. Field of 8 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate at post time. Salzbrook Honey and Sean Link. Spicy Son of a Beach, Mark Pazzarello. Tobin's Party, Adam Link. Sonny Jacks, Larry Snow. Zayden's Luck, Gary Romeo. Last Chance, Keegan Madden. Sunshine Lucas, Kevin Bailey. The Iron Man, Joe Poirier. Field of 8 for the Callie Rankin Memorial comes to the top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go off and pacing. Salzbrook Honey at the inside gets the first call. Sonny Jack also firing there into the turn and would like to clear as they head towards the opening 8th. Spicy Son of a Beach is away 3rd. From the back tier 4th goes Sunshine Lucas. Park 5th and looking for a spot. At the pylons now is a Zayden's Lock. And then sixth on the outside comes a Last Chance, the early trailers. They are Tobin's Party. And at the back trailing is the Iron Man. Up front, it's Sonny Jackson, line to Larry Snow. They cleared to the lead, and they're on top at the opening quarter. A length and a half to the good, 28-3. Wow, we got a little speed strip at the Regent Street Oval here on Saturday afternoon. Some quick openers and some big-time miles. And Spicy Son of a Beach is going to keep the tempo rolling here. Pazzarello right lined at a third, and he's looking to take over top spot here over Sonny Jacks down at the half. Salzbrook Honey getting underway there for Sean Link from third now. Zayden's Luck fourth in shooting the gap. There goes Sunshine Lucas. Wide six to Last Chance. Then up the inside comes Tobin's Party, and at the back, the Iron Man. 58 seconds flat, opening half mile. Spicy Son of a Beach trying to run away and hide here, going to three quarters. Salzbrook Honey, the outside now second. Sunshine Lucas hitting his best stride for Bailey there third. Sonny Jacks dropping back fourth. Fifth and moving out is Tobin's Party. Then sixth, the Iron Man, the trailer, Zayden's Luck. And at the back, trailing Last Chance, three quarters tripped in 1:27-2. Spicy Son of a Beach got to be a little leg weary, turning for home. Sunshine Lucas down the center. Far outside, Tobin's Party. At the inside, Salzbrook Honey. Deep in the stretch, Tobin's Party. Sunshine Lucas and Bailey on the line to win it. Tobin's Party second. Salzbrook Honey at the inside finishes third in 1:59-2. Judges' inquiry here in today's seventh race is going to look into racing action in the stretch drive. Please hold all tickets. Afternoon, seventh race is the Cali Rankin Memorial Pace. The name Cali Rankin synonymous with horse racing across Canada. Aside from the sport, when one thinks of the name Cali Rankin, they think family man, always willing to lend a helping hand and offer positive advice and reinforcement. Cali knew his craft. He was a great driver and trainer. That was not just the limit of his skills. He was a master blacksmith who was far ahead of his time. People came to Cali for advice and were rewarded with his skill for correcting a horse with just a simple hammer and anvil. Cali Rankin Memorial in the seventh today goes to the 7-entry Sunshine Lucas, 3-year-old bay colt by Sunshine Beach out of the Shadow Play Dam Circle of Love. For owner, trainer, driver Kevin Bailey, third win on the season, the Pacer's fourth lifetime, and gets a new race win record as well, 159-2. Family and friends trackside with that Cali Rankin Memorial Cooler presentation as Bailey and Sunshine Lucas score in the afternoon, seventh here at the Downs. And we'll finish off the Cali Rankin Memorial. The love of horses and fellow competitors was a unique quality Cali embodied and led many East Coasters to him to seek guidance on their competitive journey. Anyone that came to Ontario looked up to Cali, and he was always willing to show them around, introduce them to the right people, How he led others is how he led his family with both love and compassion. Cali was a legend and will remain such in both his work and family life, leading with immense support and love. His expertise will remain, and through his example, many will trudge forward in this journey of life. There is no better man to model your life both professionally and family, truly one of a kind and the best of the best. He was a real life superhero, and people are better for having known him. The Cali Rankin Memorial in the afternoon, 7th to Sunshine Lucas and Kevin Bailey in 159 and 2 under a judge's inquiry here as the judges examine racing action in the stretch drive. Seventh race, official Salzburg Honey was third. Spicy Son of a Beach fourth. Tobin's Party second. Sunny Jacks was sixth. Zayden's Luck eighth. Last Chance seventh. Sunshine Lucas, the race winner. The Ironman finished fifth. 28 and 3, 58. 127 and 2, mile 159 and 2. For 7, Sunshine Lucas in a new mark. Top down 342, 687, 1 then 5 on the bottom. Sunshine Lucas 960, 570 and 360. Tobin's Party 380 and 1160. Salzburg Honey, no show tickets sold. Exactor in the 7th day paid off on 7 all at $28.80. The Triactor is going to pay off on 7 3 all at $343.40. There's a superfecta carryover of 85.84 to today's 8th race, and the pick 4 today, 4 of 4 on a $1 ticket, $3,425.25. 8th race comes up next. It's the Doug Sonny Rankin Memorial Pace field of 8-3 Roland Reed. The driver is Sean Link. 9 minutes to 8th race post time. Eighth race entries there on track for Post Parade. Rockin' for Real, the one, is owned, trained, and driven by Jason McNeil. To David Lloyd George for owners Keegan and Ked Madden and Harold LeBlanc Jr. Harold LeBlanc Jr. trains. Keegan will do the driving. Three, Roll and Read for Danny and Terry Morrison and Dr. Reg Landry. Danny Morrison trains with Sean Link. 4, Windsong Quincy, Betty Lou O'Coin, Jamie Hogan are the owners. Jamie does the training with Mark Pazzarello. 5, Maverick Treasure, Arden Mofford, Manzi McVicker, Allison Butler are the owners. Warren McKinnon trains, Arden Mofford drives. 6, Big Boy Hill is owned and trained by Joe Nearing with Kerry Romeo. 7, Jim's Big Thrill for Jimmy and Jane Lewis from Albert Bridge. Warren McKinnon trains and drives. 8, DA Players Delight rounds out the field. Owned, trained, and driven by Martin Bate. 8th race of the afternoon is the Sonny Rankin Memorial Pace Triactor Exactor Superfecta, final rolling pick 3, along with Win Place Show Wagering, with 4 minutes to 8th race post time. So it's a field of 8 to contest the afternoon's 8th race, the Sonny Rankin Memorial Pace. The 2, David Lloyd George, comes in on a 2-race win streak and is taking a major climb up the class ladder today from the non-winners of 351 to this 801 event. But he's been sharp, and he had a great year last year here at the Downs. 7 wins from just 27 starts, including one in 58-1. Took his time to round into shape this year, but he seems to be in top form right now, and he draws inside here today. And so we're going to give him a shot to win 3 in a row, despite the move up the class ladder. Has a chance to be on or near the lead here. 2 starts back with Keegan in the bike, closed in 28-2 at Inverness for that win in 2 minutes and 3/5. So David Lloyd George right now 3-1, taking quite a bit of support here. Our top choice with 3 minutes to post. For second, I went to the 1, Rockin' for Real for owner, trainer, driver Jason McNeil. I did not race here on Monday with the cancellation of Saturday's card, was scratched from Monday's program. But last start on July 11th, the last 2 were third-place finishes, both charted in 2-1 and change. And has hit the board in 3 of 5 to start 2026. 4-time winner last season. Gets the rail today, and I think Rockin' for Real can leave well enough here to be in the top 2 or 3 off the gate. And right now he is a long shot at 33-1 off 7-2 on the morning line. The 1, Rockin' for Real. You're playing the Triactor. The current favorite here at 4-5 is the 5, Maverick Treasure, who comes in on a 3-race win streak, including one here in non-winners of 801 for Arden Mofford and trainer Warren McKinnon in 201 and 4. 3 starts back, a career best 59 and 3 mile at Inverness for Zach Mullins. And he's had 4 different drivers here in his last 4 starts, but now goes back to the Big M again, looking for his 6th win on the season from just 7 tries to date. The 4-year-old malicious gelding, he's a major player in here, and the public all over him at 4-5. And if you're playing the Superfect, I'll go to the other Warren McKinnon trainee. That is the 7 Jim's Big Thrill, 9-2 on the morning line. One of the class droppers in here, down from the 1001s in his last try with Arden Mofford in the bike. Started in 58-2. 2 starts back, Arden drove him to a win in 201-3. His third on the season for Jimmy and Jane Lewis, and should get a good trip here, leaving if he chooses behind the 1 or the 2, as I expect some speed at the inside. Jim's Big Thrill right now at 15-1. 2157 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's 8th. It's the Doug Sonny Rankin Memorial Pace. Eighth race of the afternoon is the Doug Sonny Rankin Memorial. And if you're connected to harness racing at all through the Maritimes, you had to know Sonny. Legendary horseman. He did it all. He judged upstairs with us. He was on the starting gate. Nobody could tell a story like Sonny, and he told a million of them over his lifetime. A fabulous horseman, and truly missed here in the racing community in Cape Breton and again across the Maritimes. It's the Doug Sonny Rankin Memorial in the 8th, top of the stretch, rocking for real. David Lloyd George, Roland Reed, Winsong Quincy, Maverick Treasure, Big Boy Hill, Jim's Big Thrill, and DA Players Delight. Here they come. And there they go off and pacing. 4 wide. They're leaving out there into the turn. Rocking for real with rail control quickly to the top. David Lloyd George powering up there from second. Away third is Winsong Quincy. Maverick Treasure. Left end is parked in the early going there from fourth. Fifth round the turn to Big Boy Hill. Then sixth away to the quarter. We find at the inside Roll and Reed, the early trailers. They are Jim's Big Thrill. And at the back, DA Players Delight. Opening quarter to David Lloyd George and Keegan Madden. They're on a 2-race win streak. They're on top through a 29-second flat opener. Big Boy Hill could not find a friend at the pylons. Parked for Romeo there second. Rockin' for real fills the pocket third. Maverick Treasure tucked away, found a spot there fourth. Winsong Quincy into the outer flow, second over fifth. Sixth at the inside for Roland Reed. Jim's Big Thrill is underway there from seventh, and trailing back there in eighth, but moving out to the outer flow goes DA Players Delight. 3 in and 5 abandon the pylons through an opening half mile of 59 seconds flat. David Lloyd George, the leader at 5/8. Big Boy Hill just a half length away second. Rockin' for real, may need some racing room third. Well covered up there for Jason McNeil. 3 wide now, fourth. Maverick Treasure found a seam. Fifth at the inside for Roland Reed. Between Pacer sixth is Winsong Quincy. Then DA Players Delayed and Jim's Big Thrill. 3 wide, past 3/4 and 1:28.4. Big Boy Hill has struck the front here for Romeo with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Maverick Treasure trying to reel him in second. David Lloyd George, DA Players Delight. Carry Romeo parked all the way with Big Boy Hill, and he's going to the winner's circle in the Sonny Rankin Memorial. Maverick Treasure second. Tight for third, Roland Reed against DA Players Delight in 1:58.2. Eighth race this afternoon, Doug Sonny Rankin Memorial Pace. Doug Sonny Rankin is a name that not too many people don't know in regards to horses in Cape Breton. Even if you never met Sonny, you heard of him. He did it all. He ran a public stable, bred horses, trained, raced successful stakes horses, was a judge for the Maritime Harness Racing Association, and did vet work for everyone who asked. He was a true horseman. Sonny's true passion, however, was driving. How he loved to get on a race bike and make a horse do what he wanted. He could get more from a horse than anyone, and he knew a race better than anyone. Sonny studied a race card for 3 days after the race and then studied the new card for 4 days before the next race. He would have his race mapped out in his head before he picked up the reins and could tell you who was going to do what before they knew what they were going to do. He started driving standardbreds at the age of 16, and after 30 years, 15,032 drives later, he earned over $1 million in purse earnings, 2,558 career driving wins, and an average of 300. His driving career was cut short when he was in an accident that damaged his back so bad the doctors were amazed he was still able to walk. This gave him time to focus on training and breeding, and any new driver could always get advice from Sonny if they wanted it or not. Sometimes it was with him scratching his head or patting them on the back. This year, like all other years, the family and friends of Sonny miss him dearly and miss his horse knowledge. And the Sonny Rankin Memorial in the afternoon's 8th today, back in the winner's circle, there's the 6th entry, Big Boy Hill, a 9-year-old brown gelding by Better's Delight out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Pretty Catherine. For owner-trainer Joe Nearing from Howie Center, Sonny'd be happy with the Kerry Romeo steer as Kerry kept Big Boy Hill alive all the way through 29, 59, 128, and 4 to get Big Boy Hill his first win here in 2026, and 158 and 2, the veteran pacer's 30th lifetime today. Family and friends trackside for the late Doug Sonny Rankin as the Sonny Rankin Memorial in the afternoon 8th today, goes to Big Boy Hill for Kerry Romeo in 158 and 2. Afternoon's 8th race is now official. Rockin' for Real 7th. David Lloyd George 5th. Roland Reed finished 4th. Winsong Quincy was 6th. Maverick Treasure 2nd. Big Boy Hill, the race winner. Jim's Big Thrill was 8th. DA Players Delight finished 3rd. 29, 59. 128 and 4. Mile 158 and 2 for 6th. Big Boy Hill. Top down at 754. 621. 8, then 3 on the bottom. Big Boy Hill, 25.50, 8.30 and 4.70. Maverick Treasure, 2.80 and 2.90. And DA Players Delight, $3.50 to show. 6.5 Exactor in the 8th day, $36.60. The 6.58 Try, $1,389.10. Pick 3 today, in this race after the 8th, the rolling pick 3 at $6.85 for a 1 all 6 or 1 7 all. And we have another superfecta carryover. It's now at 193.50 going into the ninth race superfecta pool. The winner's over here in week 12, field of 6 for the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial with post time in 11 minutes. Entries on track for post parade for the afternoon's 9th race. It's the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial Kiss Me, I'm Irish, the one. For Bernie, Joe, and Ian McNeil. Ian McNeil trains with Mark Pazzarello. Two Beers on Me is owned by Sean Murphy, trained by Johnny Murphy, and driven by Adam Link. Three Rock and Twist is owned by Butch Hocko, trained by John Hocko. John also was in the bike. Revenant 4, Sean Link drives for trainer John Hocko and owners Kyla McDonald, Tyler, and Colby Link. Five, All Right, All Right, All Right. For Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McRae, and Angus McCackern. Heather Hawkins trains with Kevin Bailey. And 6, Ranked Contender rounds out the field. Peter McKinnon, Sydney owns and trains to drive this afternoon to Arden Moffat. Winners over in the afternoon's 9th. Starts the late daily double. Features Triactor Exactor, Superfecta Carryover, and Win Place Show Wagering. It's the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial Pace with post time in 4 minutes. Reminder, our next live card of racing here at Northside Downs goes next Saturday afternoon with the first race post time set for 1 o'clock. And there's racing action tomorrow at Inverness Raceway. They'll wrap up Gathering Week 2026 with a 12-dash card. They're featuring the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old pacing colts A and B divisions. And it's the annual Johnny and Margaret Allen Ian Pace in the 8th tomorrow at Inverness. Field of 6. They're going for $3,500. 12 races tomorrow at Inverness. Post time 1 o'clock. Next live card at the Downs next Saturday afternoon. Also 1 o'clock first race post time. So we're on to today's 9th race, and you're looking at the 5-entry All Right, All Right, All Right. Kevin Bailey drives for trainer Heather Hawkins. Looking for his 6th win on the season. Took the winners over here on Monday in 158-4 with a closing quarter of 28-1. In top form right now for Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McRae, and Angus McCackern, and the current favorite here at 4-5. 5, All Right, All Right, All Right. Our top selection in the winners over this week here at the Down. For second, I went to the outside post 6, Ranked Contender. Closed in 28 flat Monday, but could not reel in All Right, All Right, All Right, but just 3/4 of a length off the winner. And prior to that was a winner in the winners over here on July 11th. And a second in the winners over at Inverness with Campbell McIsaac driving on July 8th. So he's been on the board in his last 3. And 4 wins already on the season from just 12 tries. The 6-year-old Tobago K's gelding. A must-use here in the exactors and triactors, despite that outside post. Right now, Ranked Contender is at 5-1. If you're playing the triactor, I went to the rail. Kiss Me, I'm Irish, 9-2 on the morning line. She was in the winners over last week. Had to settle for 6th, but closed in 29 flat for Mark Pazzarello. 2 starts back. She was a winner with Mark in the bike in the non-winners of 1,001. But she draws the rail here today, and historically in her racing career, the 9-year-old mare by Big Jim, she has been iron tough when she draws inside and can get on the lead early. And not sure if she's going to cut the mile, but I think Mark can keep her up close early and stick around late. Right now, Kiss Me, I'm Irish to round up the top 3. She's at 6-1. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'll go to the 4-entry, the Veteran Revenant, the 12-year-old gelding by If I Can Dream. 3rd in the winners over at Inverness back on July 15th. Raced well there, 28-4 closing quarter for Mark Pazzarello, charted in 59-3. And Sean Link's back in the bike today. Sean drove in the previous starts this season 6 for Revenant with a couple of wins and a third place finish. Was a winner here on June 6th in 59 and 2. So we'll put Revenant into the mix to round out the top 4 at 5-1. 5, 6, 1, 4 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's 9th. It's the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial. Ninth race of the afternoon, winners over. It's the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial Pace Field of 6 with Kiss Me I'm Irish and Mark Pazzarello. Beers on Me, Adam Link. Rock and Twist, John Hocko. Revenant, Sean Link. All right. Kevin Bailey, the outside ranked contender, and Arden Mofford. Field of 6 for the afternoon's 9th, top of the stretch. 3 Rock and Twist to a break here, leaving out. There they go, off and pacing, and 3 wide. They're firing out there. Revenant down the center, leaving hard. Kiss Me I'm Irish. All right. Trying to power up to take that lead away here as they head towards the opening 8th. Bailey and All Right. Looks to strike the front. Revenant away second. Kiss Me I'm Irish. 3 more lengths back third. Beers on Me goes fourth. Ranked contender had to settle in 5th, and after the tough start, Rock and Twist is the gapped out trailer in 6th. Rocking past that opening quarter. All right. In 28 and 2 to open it up for Bailey. The veteran Revenant's got a 2-hole ride, and the winner's over. Kiss Me I'm Irish sits third. Ranked contender moving first up for the Big M now, 4th, 3rd. And on to second here in front of us for the first time. Beers on Me could catch some live cover there, 5th. And Rock and Twist continues to see them all from back there in 6th. The opening half mile to All Right in 58 and 3. That's a 30 and 1 second quarter breather for Bailey and All Right, the leader at 5/8. Ranked contender had a sacrifice, first up second. Locked in the box or Revenant third. Kiss Me I'm Irish. Gapping a bit there from 4th. Then Beers on Me. And well back Rock and Twist up front. It's All Right. The 3/4 pole leader on a Revenant by 2. And they were there in 1. 28 and 2. Third on the outside, ranked contender. Then Kiss Me I'm Irish and Beers on Me. 1/8 of a mile left to go. All right. Looks to double up at the Downs here this week. He was a winner on Monday night for Bailey, and he's going to be a going away winner on Saturday afternoon in the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial. All right on the line. Revenant second. Ranked contender third, and Beers on Me rounded out the top 4 in 57 and 1. Ninth race today is the Donald and Peggy Rankin Memorial. Donald was a standardbred driver, trainer, and breeder and racing family patriarch, and Peggy was the heart and soul of Donmar Farms. Donald was born in Judic in Inverness County and moved to Sydney area as a young man. Peggy was also born in Judic, married her sweetheart Donald, and on one of her trips back home from Boston where she was working. The pair raised 8 children together who were all animal lovers but have a special spot in their hearts for horses. Donald was a livestock dealer, bought and sold cattle and work horses all over Cape Breton. In the early 50s, he won a racehorse on a ticket, and this chance occurrence eventually turned him to standardbred racing. He was a driver and trainer of such horses as Celia Sharon, Clean Legs, and Florence Harmony. He passed the driving torch to his children and focused on training and breeding. At Donmar Farms, he had some great sires like Rick's Colt and Brewster Blue Chip, and was the first maritime breeder to produce both a sub-2-minute trotter in Donmar Shalom, 159-4, and the pacer Donmar Rain in 57-2. Donmar Farms, a hub of activity for people near and far, and true to their Inverness roots. Every visitor had to come in for tea and something to eat. Peggy could make a meal in no time from almost nothing, and she was renowned for her good cooking. No one went away hungry because Peggy would always say with a kind smile and a head tilt, "Go ahead, have just one more." Donald was a member of the Cape Breton Horsemen's Hall of Fame and was also presented with the Glenn Kennedy Award from the Atlantic Standardbred Breeders Association for contributions to maritime breeding. Peggy was the first female inductee into the Cape Breton Horsemen's Hall of Fame and very proud of that designation. Donald and Peggy encouraged their family in the racing industry with Doug, Sonny, Joe, Callie, Darlene, and Donnie. Raced in over 82,000 races with over 12,000 wins and earnings of over $30 million. The Rankin name is synonymous with harness racing in Cape Breton, the Maritimes, and across Canada. This race pays homage to Donald and Peggy Rankin, their accomplishment and love of horses, a legend, a mentor, and a true horseman. And they're back in today's 9th race winner's circle is All Right, All Right, All Right, the 5-year-old Lazarus Stallion out of the Well Said Dam, Hot Spot Hanover, for Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McRae, and Angus McCachran. Heather Hawkins trains. Kevin Bailey's in the bike for the win, second on a row for All Right, All Right, All Right, with Kevin at the lines. 6th on the season, 9th lifetime. He fired home today in 28-3. All right, all right, all right. And the winner's over in the afternoon's 9th for Bailey. Good trip, 1:57-1. And that's Kevin's 3rd win here on the afternoon at Nortside. Afternoon's 9th race is now official. Kiss Me I'm Irish was 5th. Beers on Me 4th. Rock and Twist was 6th. Revenant finished 2nd. All Right, All Right, All Right, the race winner. Rank Contender was 3rd. 28-2, 58-3, 128-2. Mile 157-1 for 5. All Right, All Right, All Right. Top down, it's 5, 4, 6, 2, 1, 3 on the bottom. All Right, All Right, All Right. 390. 210 and 210. Revenant at $12.80 and $7. And Ranked Contender, $2.20 the show. 5-4 Exactor in the 9th, $32.10. The 5-4-6 Try, $34.50. $1 Superfecta, 5-4-6-2 at $123.80. And the Rolling Pick 3, a $1 ticket at $8.80. 10th and final for Saturday afternoon comes up next. It's the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace, a field of 7. Take out the 6, shadow it out, scratch 6 for Bob Johnsky. Make the driver this afternoon, Mr. Jason McNeil. 11 minutes to 10th race post time. Entries on track for post parade for the afternoon's 10th and final. Jerry Snow Memorial Pace, Farmers Fieldstone the one. For Sandra and Richie O'Donnell trains with Mark Pazzarello. Two Gentry Sealster for Henry Paswada and Larry Snow. Larry training and driving. Della's Playboy, the 3, is owned and trained by George Della Valle with Arden Moffat. 4, Bob Johnsky, owned by Wanda Michelitis, trained by Jake Jacobs. Note the driver change. Jason McNeil is up. 5, Starship SLX is owned, trained, and driven by Kevin Bailey. 6, Shadow of a Doubt is scratched. 7, Poplar Artie is owned by Kerry McCaskill, trained by John Hocko, and driven by Sean Link. 8, American Starlight rounds out the field for Wanda and Cameron Michelitis. Jake Jacobs trains. Gary Romeo is in the bike. Scratch down to a field of 7 for the afternoon's 10th and final. It's the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace. Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Play Show wagering 5 minutes to 10th race post time. So the 10th and final to wrap up what's been a beautiful afternoon for racing here at Northside. A real speed strip today. Some really top-notch miles. We just saw All Right emerge as one of the top horses here at the Downs, and the winner's over again this week for Kevin Bailey and trainer Heather Hawkins. 3 entry Della's Playboy returning to the paddock here for an equipment adjustment prior to the start. You're looking at the 2 entry Gentry Sealster in the Jerry Snow Memorial, our top selection for Henry Paswada and Larry Snow. Larry training and driving. Gentry Sealster looking for his first win here on the season. Has a second and a third place finish. The 9-year-old Mach 3 Stallion led most of the way here on the 20th. Had to settle for 4th. Charted in 2:01 flat. So he's paced his last 4 miles in 2:1 and change. A few issues with his closing quarters, but certainly can go the first 3/4 of the mile with any of them. Was over 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. And the non-winners of 6:01 here on Monday. So down to the 351s, a good spot, we think, for Gentry Sealster, looking for his 23rd lifetime win, currently at 2-1. Playing the exactor, I went to the 1 Farmers Fieldstone 5-2 on the morning line for Team O'Donnell and driver Mark Pazzarello. 5th in her latest try, but again, another one dropping in class here. That was up in the non-winners of 6:01. You got to go back 4 lines down on June 27th to her racing in the 351 class here, where she cleared to the lead at the half in 59 and 2 and had to settle for 3rd to Red Rum She Wrote and Spicy Son of a Beach, both who raced here and raced well earlier today. And Farmers Fieldstone pacing in the 2 minutes and change, 2:1 range, and gets the rail here today, gunning for her second win on the season, right now at 3-1. for the Triactor players. The current favorite here is the 3 Della's Playboy at 4-5. Just coming back on the track after an equipment adjustment. George Della Valle and Arden Mofford teaming up here on the 8-year-old Ameripan Gigolo Gelding. Yet to find the winner's circle this season. 4-time winner here last year and looking for his 20th lifetime victory today. Another one that's continued to drop down in class, and that could be the reason why he's being backed here as the current favorite. Was up as high as the non-winners of 1,001 on June 6th and continued to move down here in his last 4 starts. So much easier company for Della's Playboy and a good post to work with here for Arden and George, currently at 4-5. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'll go to the back tier. 8 American Starlight is 6-1 on the morning line and currently at 5-1. Carrie Romeo, 4 Wanda and Cameron Michelitis, 2-time winner from 7 starts this season and has hit the board in 4 of 7. She parked in the early going on the 20th, had to settle for 5th. Race timed in 2:03 and 1. Last time Carrie was in the bike, she finished a good second to Spicy Son of a Beach, pacing her mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. Again, American Starlight right now at 5-1. 2-1-3-8 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here in the afternoon's 10th and final at Nortside. Winner of the afternoon's 50-50 draw on trackside for $620 on the ticket. It looks like the first name is Rod, and the phone number is 902-322-1804. That's Rod, 902-322-1804. If you've got that winning ticket, which was number 03319, please contact the Parimutuel to collect your prize for $620. Finale for Saturday afternoon's the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace. It's a field of 7 with Farmers Fieldstone and Mark Pazzarello, Gentry Sealster, Larry Snow, Della's Playboy, Arden Mofford, Bob Johnsky, Jason McNeil, Starship SLX, Kevin Bailey, Poplar Artie, Sean Link, American Starlight, Kerry Romeo. Field of 7 through the stretch. They're on gate and they're on stride. Post time at Nortside, off and pacing, and it's Farmers Fieldstone and Gentry Sealster both leaving out into the turn. From the back tier away, third is a Poplar Artie, then fourth to American Starlight. Fifth as they head towards the opening eighth, Della's Playboy, parked and forced to drive on. Sixth away, Bob Johnsky, and the early trailer will be Starship SLX. Jerry Snow Memorial, Larry Snow and Gentry Sealster on front here at the opening quarter. And Gentry Sealster was there over Farmers Fieldstone in 29 and 2. Della's Playboy parked there from third. Poplar Artie sitting in fourth. American Starlight's going to look to catch that cover now. Romeo will be second over 3/8 there from fifth. Bob Johnsky to the outer flow, third over sixth. Starship SLX is the trailer. At the inside, 7th, 4 in, 3 abandon the pylons, as the Gentry Sealster is the midway point leader on Farmers Fieldstone and was over the half in 59 and 1. Back on at the inside, third is Poplar Artie, Della's Playboy going the long journey. They're parked fourth. Up the inside, fifth, Starship SLX. Then American Starlight's going to have to look 3 wide, probably from sixth. And Bob Johnsky trails 7th at 3/4, so it's still Gentry Sealster up front. Clear by 2 on Farmers Fieldstone. Poplar already still there. Third, Della's Playboy not advancing fourth. Then Starship SLX through 3/4 and 1:29 and 3. It's the Jerry Snow Memorial turning for home. Gentry Sealster trying to close it out. Farmers Fieldstone at a perfect pocket ride. He's out to challenge in the stretch. Then Poplar already deep in the stretch, though. It's Larry Snow and Gentry Sealster on the line. They win the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace to wrap up Saturday afternoon at Nortside Downs, and they're home in 2 minutes flat. Winner of the afternoon's 50-50 is Roddy McGinnis. Congratulations, Rod. 10th race this afternoon is the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace. Jerry started his harness racing career in 1974, where he got his first win on his very first drive aboard Bay Lucky. The rest of the 70s, he drove horses like Miramichi Burt, Illa D, Ian Adios, and Meadow Crest Admiral. In the 1980s, along with John Ratchford, Callie Rankin, and John McDonald, they dominated in the Drivers' Challenge against Flamborough Downs. Jerry won the trophy as he accumulated the most points during the challenge. He made appearances to the winner's circle with Meadowbrook Ted, Katahdin Boy, Steelette Lady, Steelette Mist, and Joe's Piper. During the 1990s until the closing of Tartan Downs, he drove a lot of horses like the Stacy's Echo, who got the 100th win in her final racing season, and horses like Pepe Alci, Biggie, who won a lot of races too for Jerry, Garden Mist, Island Quincy, Why Worry Us, and King's Castle. When racing returned to Northside Downs, that was his most enjoyable years, driving horses like Julia Down, Ram Naran, Iona Katie, Forbidden Fantasy, Andro Peanut, Western Cooking, Marching Band, Jake Sully, Pictonian Fancy Pass, and Private Practice. Jerry drove on every track in the Maritimes and a few in Ontario, and when Jerry wasn't driving, he was an amazing blacksmith. Jerry was a magician when it came to putting shoes on horses and making sure they didn't hit their knees. No one could do that better than Jerry. Jerry was inducted into the Cape Breton Horsemen's Hall of Fame in 2019 with a stat line of 5,210 drives, 832 career wins, 714 seconds, and 603 third-place finishes. A true horseman and a legend of the Maritimes, the Jerry Snow Memorial Pace in the afternoon's 10th race is going right back to the Larry Snow stable here at the Downs. There's the 2-entry Gentry Sealster returning in the afternoon's 10th. 9-year-old Bay Stallion by Mach 3 out of the Dragon Again Damn Goddesses Princess for co-owners Henry Paswata and Larry Snow. Larry training and driving. What a time for Gentry Sealster to get his first win here in 2026. The veteran pacer racked up his 23rd lifetime victory this afternoon. Family and friends of the late Jerry Snow, their trackside with that cooler presentation to wrap up Memorial Day 2026 at the Downs. Larry Snow and Henry Paswata team up to take home the Jerry Snow Memorial Cooler in the afternoon's 10th with Gentry Sealster in 2 minutes flat. 10th race is now official. Farmers Fieldstone was second. Gentry Sealster, the race winner. Della's Playboy was fourth. Bob Johnsky sixth. Starship SLX was third. Shadow of a Doubt scratched. Poplar Erdy fifth. American Starlight finished seventh. 29-2, 59-1, 129-3, and the mile 2 minutes flat for 2 Gentry Sealster. Top down it's 2-1-4, 6-3 scratch, 5 then 7 on the bottom. Gentry Sealster 590, 250 and 220. Farmers Fieldstone 220 and 210. And Starship SLX $2.90 to show. 2-1 Exactor in the finale, $6 even. The 2-1-5 try was $79.50. Late Daily Double 5-2 at $5.40. And the $1 Superfecta 2-1-5-3, it returned $242.75. Total wager on the afternoon's card was $20,841. Next live card of racing here at Northside Downs next Saturday afternoon, with a first race post time set for 1 o'clock. From up top here at the Downs, track announcer Shane Ryan bidding you a safe journey home.